ich jetzt meinen Kanal suche. Wenn ich jetzt meinen Kanal suche. Wo ist jetzt Discord? Ah, das geht. Okay. Ja, hätte ich auch hier machen können. Mal sehen. Hier. Und wenn ich jetzt dort bin, aber habe ich keine Mitgliederliste oder wie? Kann ich da jetzt sehen? Wo ist der YouTube-Chat? Ah. Oh, jetzt habe ich was falsch gemacht. Hello, Bhakta Krishna. Yeah. If you come to Discord as well, you will be able to potentially talk yourself. By default, people are muted. Hey there. Yeah. YouTube comments are good. Okay. So let's stop looking at this. So we created, actually I did slave Python. Yeah, that's not a good name. I found, that's not in the new political. Actually, I'm pretty well. I survived Corona so far, and yeah, I plan to continue to do so. But it's getting tougher here. Omicron and stuff. But yeah, I don't want to talk about that much. Everything's fine. The little one is now 5, and yeah, it's getting easier with him. And my oldest one will be 18 next month and have a big party, and that's clearly something important. So I guess I will definitely wait until 9 until I start the serious things. What I was thinking of doing today was I have actually a couple of things that I thought might be interesting. And let me see here, credits. Let me just finish this one. I think I will go over issues and I think I will find the issue that is driving me here, and actually it's two issues, not for the website. Nuitka. And where do we go? Issues. And I think, is it open still? I may not even find it. Set standard. So I guess the audio is not perfect. You may even hear me breathe, I think. But yeah, this was like one ugly bug that somebody reported using unsupported options and everything. But in the end, he came up with something that is more like this one here. So I'm not sure if you can read the output. Actually, I don't think chat is going to be that dangerous, so I don't have to look over. Yeah, actually, I feel like I will not be able to look at both Discord and YouTube. Actually, YouTube chat might be good enough. I think I have 5 seconds delay. We can live with that. Oh, but when I highlight it, it's unreadable. Wait, and it got into the background. Can you stay on top? No, I probably cannot. I will have to prepare it another time. But let me get closer here. Yeah, so this was an inversion incompatibility. So one file has a compression, and it's using a Facebook library that is much better than anything anybody else uses, but it only works on Python 3.5 or higher. And the way it's being done right now in Nuitka is, let me go here, in one file. Yeah, so this is a function which picks a compressor, it tries to import it. If it cannot be there, I inform the user, yeah, it's not supported, which is actually something I would like to change. And here I tell the user, yeah, wouldn't it be nice if you had that standard installed? Not sure if everybody reads that. And not sure if I want the spell checker. Recently I found that I have a lot of spelling mistakes in my changelog, and so on. I installed a spell checker extension to Visual Code, but I'm not sure I wanted to do that. Anyway, but if it works, I will use it. Otherwise, I will just pass through and have no compression at all. And then what can happen is, like, even the version is wrong. So actually, even after the import, I will have to check the version. And now finally allow me to make a rename here. So this is one of the things on my mind. Wait, I have to do it here, I guess. Like installed Pythons. And now my idea is, and that's actually something that is being done for sconce already. I use the global search and replace master and slave are not words that you are supposed to use anymore. I agree with that, and that, yeah, it's not like it's the first term that came to my mind. It's like, it's going to be like that. So installed Pythons. Yeah, I can just change it here. So for plan is for Nuitka to scan installed Pythons, and it actually does that. If we go to scon's interface, you will find that detect, no, where is it? Get scon's binary call. Get, I think this guy here is doing some scanning. So if you use Python 2, it will, yeah, it will already do something like this. And for Windows, I need a Python 3.5 or higher for the newest scons to work. And that's how I achieve it. I just go here, and it does some registry search and finds a Python. And obviously, this is the very same code could be used to find something. Many familiar names, very good. This could be used in this installed Python as well, and it could be used here. And the idea would be, what I've now settled on, is not to have a process that I talk to, but instead like turn this part into a binary and have that. So this is this would be opening up the possibility to use some more advanced libraries. There's people out there who have libraries, for example, for signing Windows binaries and whatnot. Nobody does support all the versions. However, I do want to support all the versions for compilation. And I could make this into separate binaries, but there's so much intricacies involved, like plugins run in one process and in another process, and then they don't share the data in themselves easily. So it would always be nice to have one runtime all across, but like this. And there's actually a precedence for that. I moved the data composer to a separate binary. I did this mostly because of memory usage, so I didn't want to have it use the memory. I wanted to be used as a separate process and so on. But the whole thing where this thing here could be just a binary where it doesn't interact at all with anything else. It just goes on, and yeah. So that's one of the things that I want to do. Then I did start something. So plugins. I want to interest people in the plugin creation, and this is something I started the other day. So actually this could almost be enough. The question is a bit about what options to use for UPX, but I found it doesn't work on my Linux. Not on my modern Linux at least. UPX cannot compress my Debian binaries anymore. Not the ones which are installed in the system at least. Like zipz, I made it that it's actually useless. It cannot compress any library that it includes. So that's not very helpful, but I meant to try out if it works on Windows. So that's a thing. And actually, maybe if we look at GE plugin, that's one of the nicer ones. This is one which I recently renovated, like go over this with people, what are plugins, and to make your package supported. I guess that's something that I want to do. And then I want to also go into compilation. And actually, let me check with the roadmap. Which one is it? This one, is it? No. Implicit import, that's factory. This one is the website. Oh, this is ugly, isn't it? It's all red. Yeah, the RST parser cannot handle the sync stuff, so it's very unfortunate. But the roadmap is here. Actually, I probably should use the website for that. Rather than the source code. If you go here, and I hope you like the new website. I hope everybody's seen this. This has been a lot of work, but I think it's pretty nice now. I do need some help here with this page. Like, I want it to be like more with animations, or I don't know, something cooler. But anyway. So on the roadmap, I have a couple of things for performance. And exactly. And I wanted to look into this one. That's actually a resolved one that I forgot to remove. And with lack of type, even with lack of, I think this one is badly worded. I think it's wrongly worded. Yeah. I think it should be with and without. Yeah, that's, I'm not getting the, yes, you can specify hidden imports in plugins. That's actually one of the things that the GI plugin does. So the GI plugin uses this kind of construct. In this kind of construct, you have you dispatch on the module name. As a plugin, you get called for every module, and you get to specify so if this is used, so you have a guarantee that this is considered used. And if this is used, which others are to be considered used? And so GI has a couple of these. And there's actually a more modern engine in a YAML file where you just give like a package name. Actually, it's very annoying with the spell checker. Let me deactivate it. Spell. Disable. No. Reload required. Okay, I will. Because that's pretty annoying. It's very good for text documents, but that's just ridiculous. I'm using code spell, which has like a very low rate of false positives, but I think it actually only recognizes typical spelling mistakes. So, okay, get back to this. So this is how it works. You get to specify. So you see, you can do it in Python like this. If it's a plugin, actually right now, I can't put these into the YAML file. Because that's you always have to do that, and that's how you do that. So hidden imports are specified through plugins right now and through this, and the only other way is, of course, if you include the module on the command line, then you do it yourself. But then you know it, and I want to encourage people to contribute to this kind of file. That's actually I think it's pretty easy. You also get to do, I think you do patterns, don't you? At least, yeah, like this here, for example. I implemented this, so yeah, so it will even match the names and so on. It's pretty neat, but it's not documented. And okay, that was for the plugin, but you detracted me from the roadmap. Yeah, so maybe I go into the website and fix the roadmap up. yeah, you know, what's happened, bound to happen. If you read your own stuff, you notice it's, here, this is why I have it actually. But the spelling suggestions tend to be crap. But in this case it worked. But then it will never accept, for example, it has no clue that this is an identifier. But so better code for +1 equals 1. So suppose with full type knowledge. So suppose we know we add something is an integer and we add 1, and we can look at the code that Nuitka generates right now, and I think we should do that in fact, and then I can show you how the code behind that gets created, and then we can like look at where it's missing some stuff and work to enhance that. So I think it's best if we look at this, and without type knowledge should prepare exactly. So yeah, this is even okay, I think it's actually the same thing, but let me change this, make I think quoting it will not help, but it's a good reminder. And Kiwi, yeah. Okay, let me quickly commit this. So actually, my idea of this is also, it should be a bit like okay, roadmap. Okay, and push it. Oh, what's going on? Oh, I do have changes. Okay. Anyway, sorry. For that, I would go back to here. So everybody knows what we're going to do. We are going to look at a very simple program. Let me, it's actually, I have this for eternity here. This is actually, let me open this in here. I think I will increase the font size. I'm bad at eyesight and, oh no, that's not the font size. How? I don't want to increase the display. I will do it another time. I think it's probably okay. At least it looks to me in the preview that it would be readable. Yeah, I think I usually have this open and ignore it, so I don't know about you. Anyway, so this is the code I'm actually aiming for. Obviously, the perfect compiler will optimize it entirely statically, removing the loop. Yeah, we're not close to loop analysis yet. What this is about for me right now is about the type tracing, and I think I've not looked at it in a long time. Wow, maybe 1 or 2 releases ago. I hope it's not regressed. Okay. I really like my progress bars. It's actually a problem with the progress bar right now, that the linking, which with LTO can become very long, is not indicated. So it will say I compiled everything. So I compiled the 12 out of 12 source files, and then it can hang on the final LTO step, which for a large program can be long and would deserve to be closing the progress bar already, but it doesn't. Well, that's a minor inconvenience. So, okay, so it runs, and I don't know, most of you will have looked, because why wouldn't you? And module main C. I think you definitely hear me typing, but actually I was thinking it's more like with co-workers. I mean, you're supposed to hear people type, don't you? Yeah, so operation. It's actually pretty bad then, if that's the case here. No, it's actually doing. It's doing. It doesn't know the type, so this can be a bit rough, especially if you are only a Python level programmer. But basically, so if this were to go wrong, it would know, say it's line 5. So we can look at line 5, and we know we're here. And actually, this bit is trying to represent it. So it always has a left value and a right value. The right value is a constant. That's a prepared constant. That's the integer, the long object, the Python long object prepared when the module was initialized, and the left one is I. And maybe it's because I'm doing no, am I? Anyway, let's not confuse myself. And then it calls this, and it might go wrong, because especially if you don't know what the other thing is, it may not like being added to the result. So this is the result type, this is the left type, and this is the right type. And I will search for this and show you that in fact we have a whole bunch of these, and some are more specific. For example, you can add 2 longs and get an object, and you can an object and a long, and so on. But for example, this one doesn't encode that the result is a long, but it's always an object. So it's working on an object. And I will first show you what I've got, and then I will try and show where I want to get to. So if we go in here, this one is calling a helper function that other ones will also call. And this one is trying to work with 2 long objects in a very optimal fashion. So long objects are actually internally a list of C-long objects. And for very small ones, which fit into a single digit, I can use this function, which is just merely small integers are to be shared, and you do not create a new value. Otherwise, you create a new value from a single digit or more digit. It can also become 2, I think. Yeah, and this code is in fact not handwritten. This was originally part of my offering for Google Summer of Code 2019. Bhatta Krishna participated, but worked on the build-in side. And we didn't get assigned as many students as we wanted. So I ended up doing this myself, but there is a binary operation J2. Helper operation binary J2, and this guy encodes it in Jinja. So this is probably very hard to read, and what you will find is that it has solutions for every type. So this is the general code. It's like what Python does in C, but it's trying to be prepared to do it with other types as well. And for example, there is then something with long helper slots equals long, exactly. And this one is actually, you may recognize this, and in Ginger it's checking if it's an operator, if it needs to produce a value at all. If it doesn't need to produce a value, it would not. I think it's for in place, and then it goes and so this is the equivalent of that, and generates the code here from the operands and so on. And the idea is here that actually this macro has left, right as types, and these type objects can be long, but they can also be something else, like a C-long. And actually, let me search for C-long. Yeah, for example here. So it's actually pretty much prepared. That, for example, this is the integer, this is the generated code that Python 2 integers are better optimized at this time, because Python 2 integers are size limited. They work more frequently with longs. And for example, the underlying code says, okay, I have a C-long result here, and depending on the target type, I can put it in a box, but it could also put it into a C-long. So, and then it goes here, it has to be an object, because if you have an overflow, it doesn't fit into a C-long anymore. This one is an object, and this one is a C integer. So depending on, do you have an overflow or do you not? It will create different kinds of objects. So these macros are trying to be prepared for the C-long side of things. Let me search for C-long. And I think I've did something that would work. So let me go to the integer help us longs. There's the int one nearby. Where is int? Int is here, and there's actually no reason why we could not use this template and generate code that would take an integer and a C-long and produce it. So let me make sure to compile with Python 2 and see what it does to the generated code. I think it may be better or worse. I think it's having a hard time with Python 2 to distinguish integer and long. So yeah, where was I with the generated file? Operation. Yeah. Okay, here it's an int that's getting added. And let me try and modify or give us an example. That shows my point a bit better. Oh yeah, I always call my little examples mini something. Def f if a condition do not complete when I got it already. A equals 1, otherwise A equals 2. So we cannot know which one it is, and then we return A plus 2, F0, F1, Okay, let me run it with Python 3. So this is actually the case I was looking to optimize today. No comments. Yep. Okay. Maybe module main C. Okay. And so what do we have here? Operation. Okay, now this one is, in a sense, it's perfect. So it knows it can do this very fast code. So this code actually would not have to enter the Python runtime at all, except it does for creating a long object. Okay, so yeah, but this one here is pretty wasteful. So this one is a Py object representing 1. Yeah, and this is here. If we go into here, actually what we would like to have is not this kind of function, but we would have to have this kind of function. I'm editing it right now, but obviously that's not how it's going to be done. But we are going to add function to the generation, and then we can go here, C-long. So, and here this guy would have not an object, but it would have a long operand 2. Operand 2. That's just a mock-up. And then obviously this kind of checks here would be, this for example would be true, and this one would become different, and here the digit pointer would actually, in our case, it would be a pointer to operand 2. And its size would be 1, and we would leave it to the C compiler to figure out how to propagate that kind of information. And so we would not have to even prepare that as a C long, as a Python long, but we would pass it on as a C long. And obviously the same thing can happen for this side and for that side. Okay, so that's one step where if we have that, we will have slightly faster code to do this, and we will have less need to prepare as many constants potentially. Maybe the 2 is not a big deal. Programs are going to use this, but let's suppose I have this. Maybe it's a unique value. Maybe it's a computation compile time result. It's a special value somehow. Having to prepare this as an object just to get at the one long that's contained is pretty wasteful. So we can have better code for that. So that would be like step 1. Have this and use it. And actually that's already a pretty tough step. Not so much on the C generation side. I'm pretty sure I did generate it for the C integers, for the C long and the Python integers. I think I had that entirely. The problem I'm facing is when for the code generation to decide that which type do I use here, which type do I use here, and which type do I use here. So that's actually somewhat difficult. So actually it could store A as a C-long. There's no problem in storing it as a C-long. It could add these two C-longs, and then it would have to know that because it's returning an object, that it should convert or store C as an object first as an integer or as an object here. So that's like the harder part. And now what I also want to show is for the storage side of things, my plan is actually how I want to get. So this is the plan how this guy should be possible to become extremely optimal. So for Python 2, for example, because this is an integer, but this could be a long object. The result of an addition could overflow and could be a long object. So the loop analysis will always say is this an integer or a long? And that's going to be frequently happening. And what I want to do is for storage is, if I go to Nuitka int, or is it int? Int, here it is. There I've started it, but I'm not yet using it. Which one do we look at first? Oh yeah, it doesn't really matter. So this one, actually, this is for the next item on the roadmap. When I don't have the type knowledge, what can happen is like I might need the integer object, and it would be nice if the two, I didn't have to create it, or I could use the integer object. So actually, there's the object with two fields, and there's a flag called validity. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but I've worked in contexts where frequently you have like this indicator flag that here's data, and there's an extra bit that says is it valid or not, and which parts of the information are valid. And so this enum, that is the validity, that would be like when you enter the function a, suppose we store a like that. Yeah, or no, let me go to the mini loop example. So suppose we detected I might be an integer, it might be a long, and I can store it as a C value. So here I would have like, and actually let me assign this, I will commit that. So actually this would be, yeah, let me put it like this, unassigned. Okay, and here, when it comes here, it will put it to int value is valid. So it doesn't know the object value. It could, in fact, assign both, and that might be more prudent. So instead of just assigning one, actually it can assign both, and then it can say both are valid. And if both are valid, then here, when it's comparing it, so this would compare Nuitka int, and actually I'm going to change it and C-long. And here it would have still the idea that because it does a loop, it will not know which ones are valid anymore, right? So the code will change it. In the first iteration, both will be valid and 0. And this code will then binary operation add let's call it Nuitka nint and C-long I, 1. Yeah, so and actually the result is a nint, and it will modify it, and this code will then say this code will definitely say the nint. It might have both valid, but after here I would say it will only say the Nuitka int is valid. Nuitka int object, or what is it? The object is value. Yeah, because that's the quickest thing to do. So actually this will like forget to render the pi object there unusable because the validity is gone. And in the next loop iteration, so this one will compare it with the nint and C-long, and will always be quick. It can do it by checking that the value is valid and do it like that. And the way I envision that this kind of code might work, let me go into help comparisons, less than. Exactly like where is yeah, I think they are supposed to be named like this, and int you have functions like this, but let me just mock it up here. So this one will Nuitka int. It should not even return it, but okay, let me just do it like this. And Nuitka int stern operand 1 and long operand 2. And how do you do it? It's very trivial. Actually, you just say if operand 1 validity and Nuitka what is it called, int value valid, not like 0, I think something like this. So if that means the value is valid, and we know we will prepare the value because this one doesn't have it. If this were both, I would both check for valid objects, and I would this way, it should be, I guess, it's a pointer. And yeah, it must be a pointer. I want to modify it. And then I will just say return rich compare. Actually, I want to update this one. So nint C-long. You see where I'm going? I will say I have another function now that does it, know how to do C-long and yeah, and then I can go operand 1 value. So this is only int value, yeah, comma operand 2. So that's not even, and otherwise if the object if the object is valid, then something like this. But this will then be the long and object value, int object. Oh, it's not actually long here, it's int. Because I'm in the Python 2 integer world. But long and int, they are just different templates for being generated. It's not, they're not fun. There's no fundamental difference to anything of it. So what I need to do is just have like a function that dispatches based on validities of the arguments to the one that does it. So, and for the C compiler, that's inlineable and not a problem. And obviously, I have not yet thought this through because, okay, yeah, what I'm forgetting here or what I'm not considering is like, this is actually an in-place operation, and an in-place operation would not have a target type. That's actually what target is none is about. And so this one is a real addition where a new object is being created, what I've done here. And then yeah, this the in place is going to be very similar, except that will not return. It will only say if there was an error. And that's my my plan for this kind of code. So if I have this here, it will put it to a prepared long of 0 value and both valid. That's kind of wasteful because we end up never using it. But because the compiler is still relatively stupid, it doesn't know that I never exceeds a value of 10. It has no upper boundary, it has no lower boundary. If we have that kind of analysis, obviously we can store this as a C long all the way. That's going to be great when that's the case, but we need this to be present in the meantime and for cases where we will not be able to know this because it's a variable. Yeah, it will be very easily our ability to know overflow from non-overflow will go away. And now the hard part, and what's making this hard for me is I don't know if that was like expressive enough. I'm pretty sure many of you are not familiar with C entirely, but maybe you got the idea that there is some low-level bits in the Ginger template. Like this guy knows how to add these either these objects or these integers and produce an object from it or an integer or whatever. So this is something that you can consider existing, and it should be so flexible. The templating should be so flexible that it can add a float and a C long and a C float and always be optimal about this. So, for example, if you add 1 to a float, it wouldn't have to pass the float one, but can pass the C float one. But let's not get distracted. So what you would be seeing here, this is not a for loop, this is not a range, and so on, but this is the birth of C speed capability, because this validity flag checks and these assignments, so the assignment to 0 is going to come from a pointer. So actually, can I can show this right now. I think the I equals 0, that's mini loop int module, blah, blah, blah. Do I still have that? Module main, yeah, this one. The mini, where somewhere it is signed before the loop, it assigns I. So yeah, so I try to have relatively stupidly created C code. So every generation works the same. I declare a local variable, then I put the right hand side into this value. For assignments, I either know that the value is unassigned, which I do know, because here I know that I is unassigned. So code generation says this is better not assigned yet, or I have a bug. And this is actually also helpful in finding bugs. Then I say, okay, when I assign to a variable, I take a reference. This is what the inc reference does. I don't know if you, but Python it has this garbage collection, and for the garbage collector, you need to tell, do I use this value or do I not? And you have to like decref when you stop using a value and incref when you start using a value. And then var I, which is currently a Pi object, and this is like, it's supposed to change to a Nuitka int, var I, yeah, but currently it's not. So this assignment would it would change here, probably not even visibly, but I think the assigned source type might change. And the incref would be towards the constant value there. And so we would do this incref and this assignment still the same, but that's not a big deal. It's also not anything in a loop. Assigning to a value, to a constant value here will be stupid. I believe it is possible with link optimization if this was an if, or if this was like this code, mini. I think for the compiler, this would be a Nuitka int with both values assigned, and this would be, and the C compiler, when it does this, then I think it can propagate the validity bits and then come to the conclusion that one of them is not used and drop it. But so with link time optimization, I think the C compiler can become the clever guy about validities and predicting validities, and we maybe not. But so this is this code will change in that way, and the comparison code we didn't see it yet. Like compare, so rich compare, it knows right now the right hand side is an int, and I want this to become like a Nuitka int and a C-long, and that's what's going to change here. And again, the right hand side constant right now, this one would go away because would it? Yeah, I think comparison may never need to have an object when it knows it. Yeah, so here it would not have to use the combined type. So this would really be a C-long and not another Nuitka int. But as an intermediate step, maybe we have it like this, and then the binary operation add a Nuitka int and Nuitka int Nuitka int and clong. Actually, this may be not the best, because if this was an object, well, it's an integer object. No, I still don't need to pass an object. If it's an unknown, then for unknowns I would not pass clong, but always Nuitka ints, because then I have an easier time, because I have the object ready and I do not have to create it on the fly over and over. So suppose in a loop I do here pass only 1, and then this operation finds out I'm not really an integer, I need you to be an object, so I can ask my special add implementation to work with you, and then we would create over and over and over an integer and throw it away. That would never be good. So yeah, and here this one just picks this one here would say actually, unfortunately we would have here only Nuitka int object value, object valid, not true, not given, need to create by object. And there would be functions that do that. Actually, do I have it in ints? And then there's the other thing that I want to show you. These types are obviously, it's not limited to just integer. So this one is a variant with long. So the next one is a long object. And then there will be something which will be specific to Python 2, the ilong. So the object value, we will know it's in long or it's a int. And actually this kind of code here makes me think that I've actually done something. So it must not be unassigned, obviously. And if the object is not valid, then I will create it. And so this is like changes the value in place. So that would be a helper function that the return code here would call this function. That function checks the validity, creates the object, and then I can just access the object and return it. So the object creation is at the very end. And that's because of the interface of F. Going into specializing the return type of functions is for later. And now, currently, Nuitka may not always recognize the types, which is where my Python PGO comes into play. With Python PGO, it could be like this, and during the initial compile we wouldn't know the type, but here we could come during PGO, we would observe the only value that I've ever observed here is an integer, and then I would have like a third variant here that may not be ilong value, but also object, and it remains to be seen if there's more validities here. Like it could be an integer, a long, or an object, and have this code that dispatches things, like the guy here. Did I put it here? Yeah, no. But the comparison code I did? Maybe. I forgot where I did it. Ah, here. Yeah. So, and we generate then specialized code that deals with this. Let me check if there's anything. Yeah. Okay. So, that's That's the plan here. And I am a bit disappointed by this. I'm not sure how good loop analysis turn out to be. It may in fact not be good enough right now. And now I've mentioned the Python PGO, and that's actually another action that I'm currently following, and it's not too documented right now. Bin Nuitka run tests basics programs. Maybe let's just go programs. Deep program main. Is this one which? No, it doesn't yet do it. Actually, the tests would do this, but so I like these tests to like have the options automatically. This is a feature that I find very convenient, and then I would only have. I never use the Python -m approach because I do not want Nuitka to be in the Python installations. You should not do it like that. That's yeah, but yeah, but oh yeah, okay. Actually, yeah, that's not. Let's see if we've got any good stuff, or if we're just stashing it. I thought I liked the comments here, except this guy should still be 0. So I like this one. The way I like to work is I have a branch in Git where I only have dirty commits, and then I have a branch in Git where I have this is also not like the perfect commits. So I commit things once and then later I commit it again. That's you're going to see that. Takes a moment. I was wondering how it works with compiling and streaming, and I have a separate machine available for compiling should we ever do bigger things, but I've not prepared that for today. Minor. And that's dash that. Actually also one of the things I did relatively recently is to make sure these error outputs are colored. This is what I'm talking about, 15 out of 15, and now it's linking. And that can actually, the LTO can actually take a moment. Okay, so yeah, this is just some test that shows things. And you probably have seen this already. And this one will now compile a second time. And this one is purely for the C compiler. So the C compiler will do what I'm talking about with Python. It will observe the running program. And after having observed the running program, it will know better what kinds of loops deserve what kind of optimization, which branches are taken a lot, which are rare, and these kind of things. And that will speed up things by a lot, as you can see. I think it's pretty annoying that it does not like completed. I don't know about you, but I've seen this 100% progress bars and then it's not happening. It's always a weird feeling. 100% but not complete. Yeah. Here we are. But as you can see, it does it twice. Runs your program. And because I said run, so if I didn't say run, it wouldn't run it the second time. But now I have a slightly more optimized binary. And the feature I'm preparing is Python PGO. I never get it right. PGO Python. I don't know if an option is named properly if you never manage to get it right yourself. It's the same with, I had it with plugin enable and enable plugin. I think I standardized on one and always used the other. Actually, I used both throughout the code, and I tried to standardize on one, but I was just keeping adding uses of the other. And then I switched. And now I don't have the issue anymore. So, same thing. But now, here you see this one is new. Okay. And yeah, it should be broken right now. And then I would use this information and compile it. And what I'm doing right now is to trace module entries and exits, and the PGO, where is PGO? This here. This would read the file right now, and I think might have is not a valid. Oh, it doesn't even have that. Strange. I thought this one had a high chance of being correct. Anyway, let me look at the file actually. And it traces reading 6 would be better, I guess, huh? And this is for trailing 0. Is it binary? I guess it should be like this. Probably it's Python 2 versus Python 3. I may have only done it for Python 2 so far. And this one also probably, I'm not sure if it has a terminal 0. I don't think it has. Was not completed correctly. Maybe it's because I used Python 2, not Python 2. But yeah, what was I talking about? As you can see in this text file, actually I should not have insisted on it working right now. What you see in this text file is that it will have like entries and exits and so on, and in the future it will in the first compiler will create code like that for every assignment of I, it will record the type. It's not a okay. It's not valid. Never use debuggers. It's not a valid. Wait. So what I want to do is like you run your program, and static analysis is one thing, but the Python PGO will do also analysis, and then obviously we cannot fully trust it. Why is there no the dot? I can't count. I can't count. So this is actually 7 characters. And this is also 7 characters. Yeah, okay. And I'm trying to find out if it's my file format and if a program got a chance to close it properly. Ah, now it does it. And as you can see, maybe it was even quicker. Not sure if it should be quicker. But okay. Maybe if I do with XML minus. You can also reuse this. So if you gave this command line option here, I cannot do it again. I think like this, and report is out XML. With that kind of report already present, it doesn't have to do it again. And let's check the out XML. Here we are. So that's a new feature, and exactly it shows up here. So as you can see here, this is now a PGO based decision to include these modules. And if PGO doesn't see a module, you actually have an option to where is it? I don't know. Is it actually visible? I forgot it. PGO executable. Oh, it may not. Yeah, I may not have it made public because it's not working, as you can see. But decision. Oh, PGO. Here, a policy for unused modules, and the default is to include it anyway, but you can also include it as bytecode. So suppose let's use that. Equals bytecode. Can't spell. Bytecode. What's wrong with me? Minus. Could have worked. What did it say? You have to scroll up quite a bit. Too many options, error. Doesn't say. Huh? No, that's strange. PGO Python policy. It has. I did not correct the typo. I'm confused right now. Help! Chat is not helping. And I don't think we should have anything unused in this deep program. But if I added something and did not use it, then it should be not included like this, but as a bytecode module. I'm not going to the lengths of demonstrating that, but this is the goal here. But there there are still some corner cases left with standalone mode and so on to be able to use it. And actually, I think the usability, this part where it launches the program, here you have to compile, and then it runs it, and actually that run would have to be in the final context already. So let me see if I can have, yeah. Can I see this myself? I'm not sure if I can actually. Oh my goodness. Sorry for being distracted. So I can see the chat. Can I see? Yes, I can. Huh. Okay, I might be on my own. And in Discord. Okay, I can stop that. Ja, okay. Gut. Wie mache ich eine Pause? Kann man hier? Nee, kann man nicht. Ich glaube, ich kann aber hier. Okay, warte mal. Was ist OBS? Okay. So I'm AFK 10 minutes. Okay.
Also.
Mein Zuschauer ist auf 0 gesunken. Aber man hat gut angefangen. Aber ich glaube nicht, dass die Leute 3 Stunden gucken wollen, ja?
Nee.
Aber das muss ich halt auch Pause machen dazwischendurch. Wenn das hier jetzt noch später kommt, ist die auch
Naja, wenn ich der jetzt nicht kann, aber. Bei manchen ist es nicht 9 Uhr.
Dann ist es 9 Uhr, ja.
Bei manchen ist es eben nicht 9 Uhr.
Ja. Mittagszeit. Ja. Aber ich glaube, dass überhaupt schon mal Leute gekommen sind, war nicht schlecht.
Wie viele waren da?
Also so 5 waren es, glaube ich, höchstens.
5, das sind eigentlich relativ viele.
Finde ich auch. Das ist, glaube ich, für Leute, die 8 Stunden am Tag, 7 Tage die Woche streamen. Ich kann mir noch nichts merken. Ein Stream Deck. Ich habe dann 5 Tasten, ich drücke auf eine Taste und alles explodiert. Ich weiß nicht, welche Taste was macht. Wenn ich 5 Tasten habe, dann drücke ich die 5 hintereinander, bis das Richtige passiert.
Dann musst du einfach alle 5 gleich einstellen.
Und das mit dem Stream Deck ist, damit man unauffällig sagen Modi und so. Damit man quasi. Ich glaube, mein Audio wird noch übertragen. Wir müssen aufpassen, dass die Tür zukommt. So, I'm back. But I don't have visitors, I suppose. So, wie machen wir das? Discord. Okay. I'm back, and actually, so for PTO to become generally useful, here bytes, and then we read string value. PTO Python. So after looking what to do, I think it may be finally time to decide what to do. Actually, one thing why is it strange? I was already open, therefore. Yeah, I fixed this one. I wonder if the extension for code spell, should this not be better? I didn't push it. Actually, I think I want this file to be included. And I don't need that. So I'm working on VSL here on the Windows machine, and this is the native one. And I was thinking I might get UPX to work on Windows native first. So there is this very fine UPX plugin. And did not compile standalone, therefore it's probably not going to work. So, yet. First Nuitka Livestream. This is true right now, and it's going to be true for the majority of my stream time, I feel. Or I fear, I don't know if I fear it. What, did it disable it? It's not necessarily what I meant to happen. That's okay, I enable it. And I need to see if it has settings. Because if I can disable it for Python code. There's a bug with that Visual Code extension that parses, checks for REST files. It will have issues with one of them and stop working for everything. Okay. So this could be external. Language IDs. Yeah, this was what I... So actually I want to do it for the workspace. Okay, and I can ignore. What is it here? No. Ignore words. Language settings. This is what I've added. And quick pick. In document directives. Oh. No. I thought I saw what enable file types. Language IDs. Because I had issues with I don't like it doing that. Although RST-FMT, it has no complaints for these. No for those. I need to observe it. Maybe it's okay for Python. Yeah. So what I meant to do also was that I should have used standalone. And UPX is doing a lot of output on the command lines that I guess I want to disable. At least. This is my favorite test. No real reason. Just the first basic test. I think it should complain that UPX is not installed. Yeah, I don't think I have UPX. Download latest release. DOS. No installer. Okay. That's not good. Okay. Word document. It's just a single binary. So I guess we need should have used a tool. It doesn't do it. Okay. Not quite sure why I should have read that first. Well, it seems that our UPX plugin needs an option such that it can find it. And command line options of plugins are actually easy. Where do we steal it from? And type load. I'm just too lazy to. Does it make sense? UPX, UPX. So UPX would be scanned. Let me use UPX binary. UPX binary. If UPX binary is none, self UPX binary. Okay, so now we have an option to tell which one to use. Let's be friendly and allow it to be a directory, maybe. This one does only search path. If UPX binary search path. Well, so what I'm trying to do is make this function have the convenience that I want to have facing the user. That you can say the UPX binary exactly, or some sort of directory where it lives in. So I need to prefix the search path with extra dir plus os path sep plus search path. I think that may do. And well, I can change my use here. So I don't like to use OS path here. That's just too ugly to live. Actually, I would like to how do I how do I there must be doesn't seem to be. Nice. Okay. So I don't want to mess with that. And instead, what I would do is like even not check that. I would use okay, and then actually this may be UPX path. So the UPX binary to use or the directory. Okay, so I think UPX binary makes sense, but because this is actually potentially a path, so how will get executable path react if a search path contains non-directories? I wonder. So you're not supposed to have an opinion about links, so it will join it, append the UPX, and if it's Windows, it will automatically go to add lower execution. I wonder if there's not, but this is for changing file extensions, and I want to add that potentially. Yes, I always insist on XCs here. Will not accept wrappers. That's okay, I guess. Now that I did that, how about us? How do we deal with it not existing? Actually, now we're supposed to give a warning, and actually it would make sense for the it would make sense for the plugin to disable itself, but what about this? I think we can not complain if we don't find UPX, because this is supposed to be a plugin that's always on at some point, and then maybe not finding it is not the issue, but maybe not applying it is the issue. So yeah, but I don't have one once or something like that. What does plugin base offer? Is there something that tells us that we should be usable? Oh, this one is not very. I don't like that to use that. One file finished. No, I mean it's within our power, so. Actually, yeah, but I'm just doing it for the copy TLA. Actually, I want to do it for non-standalone as well. Maybe for the XC. That's actually something that might be considered missing. I wonder if we have a plugin slot that's good for that. I think post-processing. Execute post-processing. Knows itself where to look at. Really? It's not the one file processing, that's okay. So lots of things we do. And actually we need to set that to true. Actually, we need a one once, maybe with template arguments. That will give a warning only once. I don't think I have a. So UPX. So post-processing, execute post-processing. Does it get called? It gets called by one file? No. Ah, okay, it just does the resource thing. and does its thing here. I think it does all the post-processing here and only copies resources over as necessary, but there's no other post-processing done to the one file binary yet, and that may be correct. But when it's done with it, I think it says on one file finished. That would be a good slot. And then maybe it's missing something for the real thing binary. Why? Oh yeah, here we are. So one step ahead, and now UPX binary equals okay. I wonder if it's doing that in the search path expansion. If it doesn't, that would be actually something that is missing. Why is this here? It's not. I don't remove delete. It's a bit slow, isn't it? I think that the streaming is impacting that. Yeah, I may not be able to. I think it's with expand user. But is there? Actually, I want to exclude tests and I want to exclude Nuitka build static, no, inline copy. So here it does it. I think that's definitely something that should be done ideally as late as possible always. So I would say it's the responsibility of this guy, but don't think it is the issue I'm having now. So, I guess elements of the search path so here we are. Yeah, it's actually there is a slash in there, a tilde slash. I thought git bash would maybe expand that. Okay. So let's be tolerant of these here's and it's not done a lot yet. But maybe I can resume the camera. Yeah, it's probably ugly if I just have it visible in the OBS and not. I need to find a better way. Actually, maybe I should take notes of what I want to change. Would it be possible to do this in OBS? Okay, that's far simpler. Yeah, I have a time to do everything on the stream actually. UPX path. So it got found. So actually, I wasn't so sure that Windows would have the tilde, the home directory part here. I thought that was maybe if I added usernames or maybe I will regret that I've tested this only with git bash at some point, but I prefer git bash a lot over it because I am actually coming from a long time Linux usage. I think I was a lover of Windows ever since the 95 version. Was very deeply impressed by it and switched to using it from, what was I using before? Might have been Linux, might have been OS2, both I think. Mainly because of Delphi, which was a red environment. Yeah, this one I'm not so sure I want this for every file. What's going on here? It doesn't even warn me. Yeah, that's going to be very repeated. So first thing, figure out how UPXX can be trimmed down. No progress. I mean, progress isn't wrong, but it doesn't fit. So the output of a ratio is not bad, but is it interesting? Let's compare. I don't know if I want to display the output at all. I think I might want to parse it. Quiet. Quiet is probably the option. You can write the output to a separate file. But quiet seems... I don't know if quiet involves no progress. back. Yeah. It's actually, I think it's sort of almost like a bug fix. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it's fully compatible. Well, I would be surprised if these paths are not supposed to work. So. Okay. So do we want to expose? I think we can offer this if we make some cache. No backup files is the default. Overlay copy is the default. We need that actually. That I don't use. And for Windows, compress all icons. I don't think I like that, but for the DLLs it doesn't matter. I think it makes sense to be able to disable the compression. Where is that? Because with the set standard compression, we will have compression of these files already, and in a way, what I'm looking for with the DLLs is to clean them up. So what I've observed in the past is that a DLL may get smaller just by compressing and decompressing it, because it cleans up unused stuff. But I don't see how it... So in this case I would use compress faster, and then I would use decompress. Let's see what it did. Is this still quiet? Output. Q. Maybe it wasn't. It doesn't look very changed. I mean, maybe I don't see if it did the progress bar. So actually, I need to verify that's true with examples. But UPX should be used on the one file binary for the small binary itself. But the DLLs will be in the payload data and are not as interesting for compression, because they get optimized by the one file binary. Hopefully after I make this change that allows to force it. Maybe I also should try out the recurse standard lib option. Oh look, no progress, just stating what it does. It's not quiet. Yeah, what can you do? We can just redirect it, I think. Do what? Check call. Not here, probably not there. Definitely not here. So I like to put shell equals false, actually, that's true. The working directory, we can change that, that's not important. With Git, do a lot of these. I thought, this is how we do it. So, how about we decompress this guy right now? UPX. Assuming its number that it gave us is correct, we can assert dist comctl, and now it returns to where it was. I do recall it differently. So, so there's actually no gain here. So I guess if you do standalone distribution, it's still useful to have it, but not necessarily if one file ever gets there. Okay, so let me put that in the UPX plugin. Shell equals false, that's the default bet. And null output is, I think, from execution. And now commit hook magic. I didn't actually have to change the order. I thought I can see here it's flipping around. Okay. I did it. Now I'm confused. Can't be that I do not have. Oh, doesn't have a commit hook? Ah, I know what's going on. It seemed to me that the file system was corrupt on my Windows, and I renewed those. Doesn't mean... No, I did it the other day. Okay. And now it's caught me. Not update. Not sure which Python I used before. It was probably a 3.8. Which is why it does a lot of things. But I now use mainly the 3.9. At some point probably switching to 3.10. Here. No news. Checking my email. Obviously, I split the setup such that it takes a while. Yeah. So, okay. I was surprised this wasn't changed. I'm used to auto format doing that. So normally when I commit, the files get formatted as, and it's good enough to it formats the staged file and not the checkout. So it's pretty strong. Okay, so, but I was a little bit disappointed in the result. Okay, what is if I put this to best, because is this really slow? Can I do it like this? And can I force it? Or can I do decompress of all? And do best? Well, it's not too bad. But I guess a cache would do miracles. So up this we have get cache dir think that's used a lot. Sconce caching. So library dependencies. Yeah, that's like how do we recognize the file? By making a checksum. Maybe a checksum over UPX and binary and the DLL, right? So that's something that we can do. I think this will already create a cache directory. So compress, compress file name. Get file content. I think get file contents could be used already for some existing hashing. Hook contents, splash data, get file contents, one file. Data hiding. I have a commercial plugins, of course. So I do not actually ever check some files. I think hashlib is okay. This one creates a caching. Oh, source code hash. Okay, but this is not. This is for UTF-8 contents. It's for decoded contents already, for a string, Python string. So, and here we have. What is this? After the code objects, we create a hash. We create for some constants hashes. What is this? Hashed value. That is, yeah, for some binaries. Oh, look. This gets the contents and then it appends some other things and it does it. Yeah. I don't know if that's really worth abstracting. But in a sense, this version is a string. Yeah, this is a string, so not even sure. Oh, okay, this is the sconce report. What is it? Dependency tool. What? This one seems highly variable. I'm not sure that's very. Yeah. I'm not sure I've maintained that. It's in the search build sconce report. There's a lot of things in there. Obviously, it's not changing every time. I mean. Okay. No. Look here. For example, this guy here. That's a pit number. So I've essentially. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, I need to add a to-do here. If I find something, I do that. To-do, this contains variable text, for example. But I should not I guess I should just remove that. So sconce report, that's going to harm caching. And I think I already filter out. Is this an environment variable? Yeah, I guess it is. So CL cache stats. I don't think we want to see that. It's interesting, right? There's actually relatively valid opinions about him. So the C defines absolutely makes sense to have them. That's not going to be very reusable, but such is life. I want those there. The suffixes, who cares about those? But the point is not for me to care about what sconce puts there. The lib path, lib prefix, library. So it's actually maybe the only one. Yeah, should the path be part of it? I guess. But this is the path being used in sconce and in standalone. Yeah, I guess that's a good way to detect path changes that may influence DL detection. So that's okay. So actually that's a solved thing. And so what was I doing here? Yeah, I'm starting that. And in sconce utils I just remove CL cache var, but I can't do that, and the reason is the CL cache stats file needs to be passed. It needs to be passed in order to tell this final output that it makes about the caching success. That's actually based on reading the sconce report later on. Here it is. Oh no, it isn't. Okay, let me when this makes its final output after C compilation stage. No, I can't do that. Why is it still like this? Maybe a comma, I don't know. But I didn't change anything, sorry. So, and the file name is different because otherwise you can run into locking issues. Like, So essentially what I'm saying here is to do remove CL cache items. Or how about pick values that we are interested. And actually, I think that's what I'm going to do. So get file contents has by line. Hashed value is no, is empty for line. Wait, am I parsing this somewhere? Probably there's already code that will give me read sconce report. Gives me a dictionary, exactly. Sconce report equals read sconce report. And this is for single values most used. And I think read sconce report has caching. So actually I can maybe do it like this. Read path. So cat asserts build sconce report. So we join value for value in path is one which we want to use. So these guys definitely. Or should I just go with CC? No, definitely not CC. I need to think of modes here. There's also not all the modes here, but target arch, yeah. I guess, no. No, I changed my mind. It's easier to blacklist than to whitelist. Sconce report. Put sconce report. Sconce join value for value in sconce report if key items for key value if key not in the bad one. CL cache stats. We let go of this. Eta items was a good idea. hashlib is being used. Audit, that is not good words. Okay. Reads cons report. It's not used a lot because I guess this guy gets used. Hold on. No. Okay, but now we have a user office. Actually, I think and the frozen one. Not sure. Let's not overdo it. Okay. So that may speed up actually things, but the point was I have here some sort of string, I hash it, and I use that hashed value to determine a path. And that's no. That's just a file name. Okay, so this is not a lot of data. In my case, it might be data that I do not even want to fully read. So I never do use hashlib like it's supposed to get used. No. Well, it would be nice if the hashing command was just going. This one is updating it with file contents, and yeah, so actually I think it would be nice if this was somehow not reading the file to put it into the hash. And I don't think readable buffer. Maybe on newer Python it will do it. But maybe it's just, I don't think it's a readable. So, utils, let's create a new utility. Bad. Wasn't it? Yeah. Hashes hashing.py. import hashlib. Class hash. Inherit an object. I like that. Self hash equals md hash lib. I'm using md5 and sh1. I think pretty much for no real reason. I think the SHA I think I will later decide, but I think I will just use md5 because typically I want the hashing to be fast, and then I will do update from bytes self hash update value and def update from file. Maybe I also do from file handle eventually, but with open from I think open text file is not am I using it with binary? Yeah. Read in chunks. Self update from bytes as input. How do you do it? I think you can read. Y1 chunk equals input file read. That's actually probably very small. Self hash self update from bytes chunk. Let's put this to 64 kilobytes. Should be good for something. And if not, chunk break. I think that's supposed to work. And then def string self, let's say sx digest Okay, now we got something that might be usable. And in the UPX plugin, we could now just say I think I want to cache the UPX binary hex digest. Oh yeah. So if self UPX binary hash is none, self UPX binary hash equals get file contents hash from self UPX binary. Oh. And then from Nuitka utils hashing, import that. And now it will be a simple use. Hash is hash. Hash update from file name equals file name. Just so when I change my mind, return hash. Hex digest. Could always use that. That's a string, isn't it? It's not good for. I think the digest. Need to check. No, that's not working. Oh no. That launches the App Store. Can't see it, but yeah, don't have to. Ooh, please forgive me for hashlib md5 digest. That's actually, yeah, that's a difference. So I would actually, okay. String equals, well, the default is probably true. If a string, the hex digest is going to be used and as hex digest. Okay. So now we can prepare that so we don't have to do this over and over. And S string should get false here. Then it's a sequence of bytes. And then self hash equals hash. Should it return the hash object? No. Update. Yeah, and then hash update from file name. And this is UPX output. Maybe we're not caching created binaries, but for libraries we should do it. Okay, I need to make a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, there we are. On we go. Yeah, actually, I should mention that I want. There's no self here. I want the caching also to improve, because caching is high on the agenda for Nuitka 2, and now I need OS, and now we have a cache here for UPX, and it should use the hex digest. It's not a directory. Oh yeah, it is. Make path. You see how this is also likely a pattern that repeats. And where it I think it's an upds. Creating, yeah, I don't know. So upds so we have get cached here. And what was the other thing? Make path is file operation. there we go. So we have now a directory, and now we need to check UPX cache file name is join to UPX cache here with hash as hex digest, and make it a txt file. No, it's not a txt file. Well, it's a binary file. And that's it. And then if that exists, I'm pretty sure I've had these patterns far too often. Which one? There's already caching of compiled code. Get cached here. My cache name has. I guess it's. Yeah. And if I have, oh, Sostia is unused. Then let's remove it. Unless, of course, it would be a bug. I don't want, for example, Sostia. Ah. That's a nice. So I think it turned bluish from being unused, and that's a good thing. Where it originally lived is not relevant of a detection anymore. What kind of tool is that? Oh yeah. Look, there I didn't have a way to tell it. But not sure. Oh, was actually I have to take these when I find them. Sostia is getting past unfound. It hates the word unfound. And I guess that's the German in me. And now you suggest me to use not found. Unfounded. That's all bad. What's with unfound? Is a British English word that means not found. Okay. I probably spell check against American English. Unfound. What is this about? You could not be found, unfound. Okay, just call them not found dealers. Make it reverse. And now my fellow Americans can read this too, but source tier doesn't have to go here. And therefore it's not here. I don't like submit function is maybe stupid, I don't know. Keywords would be nicer. Yeah, it's prepared to do this in parallel, but I think most of the time it doesn't do it in parallel because it's so quick. Okay, after doing that, this one is actually capable to detect the files that have been modified and not pushed. So I can commit things with my dirty commit, but before I push I can check. Oh, this one is also unused, so actually that's the next step. This is drawing circles. Yeah, copy use DLLs is the next one. That's actually pretty neat. Do not have to do that. Here it's not even used. And yeah, we don't do that anymore. The hash doesn't like that. So hash value or let's call it UPX hash. That maybe makes more sense. Yeah, this looks bad. It's a built-in unused arguments. Yeah, you should be able to decide not to use it. If use cache, then we do all of this. Did I? No, I did not lose that. Outside of binary hash, yeah, I need to initialize this in a constructor. Let's assign this to none. And I think I will deactivate the video at least here. If somebody still joins later, yeah, I think it's enough for the first test stream. So it's hard to tell what I want to make out of it. I probably won't have a time to do a lot of editing and combine this or extract parts of it. So I'm going to finish here. Later today I will have a second stream. But I will finish this. I guess I will continue until I have a UPX plugin in a shape that I would like. I think I have at least 1 hour more. Okay. So if this exists, actually, if it exists, we can use it. So copy file operation. Copy file is something that I wanted to use. I don't think I want to use copy file permissions. So if it's existing copy file, we copy the cache file name to the file name. So, and we're done. Copy file is doing a few things smarter. It deals with permission errors on some platforms, allows retry in case of locking issues. For example, the program is still running. It would catch that. So, not sure if a UPX plugin, if I now call UPX. So when I'm here, so I now, if use cache, I will do the opposite and copy file name into UPX cache file name. Of course, assuming that I have produced a better one with file name here. It's not a DLL file name. This is also something that I really like to have, and namely when I'm going to do self compress, what's it name? File name equals DLL file name, and use cache is true. So I like these kinds of things where meaning gets translated. Here we assign the file name. We change our mind about a file name. Here it's a DLL file name, and here it becomes any file name, but we made the decision that DLLs will be cached and other ones won't be. So yeah, naming it DLL file name buff will be wrong because it will not only be DLLs. And yeah, so I guess we can ask Python again and be closer to have something usable. Obviously, caching should be implemented last maybe, but I like to implement these things first because they save time, and time is of the essence. And yeah, I really don't like the many times I'm waiting for the compiler are already sufficient. Source dir, no argument. So we lost here. Wait, here? Oh, I need source dir. No. I lost that part. Oh no. Yeah, that's when you start cleaning up before you're finished. So actually, I will be able to go over the git diff and revert. What? Why? Yeah. Ah, yeah. Highly professional. So what's going on here? Why is there... No. I meant to have that reverted. Okay, it was staged, but... Okay, this one is not allowed. So that's why we pass it all the way down, such that we can check the sconce report eventually. Maybe we should not have to do that, but we do. So actually this one is considered good. Unfortunately, you still have to make that up. And this one, I feel like I should have made more changes for the AI. Can I even revert? No, I cannot. Unstage. 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 Oh. Not found, I want to keep, but this one I want to unstage, and it's probably also this one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh wait, this was the best, also a bad one. I guess Python will have to help me. And now I have to check that these are only bad things. Bad, 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 bad. Otherwise Python will not see it. I don't check Python on the stage file content. That's a glaring omission. Okay. And now I guess I can do that. Yeah, can't type. It doesn't matter much. Module for working with hashes Nuitka offers support for hashing incrementally and files especially without having to read their contents. Line too long should not happen. Really? Under missing. Really? No, I'm in the wrong file. That's it. UPX plugin. already defined. What? As digest. I actually meant to present them. Oh wait. Self hash, redefining. Where would it? I'm confused. And standalone 862. Now this one is got broken up by committing. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, like auto format. Okay. $64 kilobytes, yeah. I think I have a better number somewhere. Final new line is a matter of committing, I think. Redefining built-in hash. Let's do it like this. Pilot. I think what happens when I create files on Windows, and you can see it here, is like they are CRLF, and as a result I think applying the patch fails until I revert the file contents. So actually it undoes things that auto format does. And if I do discard, and save, yeah, it will probably not have anything bad staged. Okay, so also let's try and run it, see how that goes. And actually I felt like when the UPX plugin notices that it's calling UPX call, when it finds that, I think I might want to make the options part of it. So actually I will make it like UPX options, and do it like this. Maybe be it the tuple, and I always forget, but I think tuples and file name, hash has no update from bytes. What this is supposed to do. And I think I am making a mistake. We can use the old one. That's not. No, I can't. Just in place you can do that. So, okay, let's put UPX options as that. And now we need to update from this list. So UPX hash update from values. Let me jump to here. If str is not bytes, str encode UTF-8 is what I've usually used. Value equals value. So update from bytes. Value. If it is bytes, then of course we just do that, and otherwise we complain. Could handle lists and so on, but for now I don't need that. Yep, update from values. So now when we change the options or allow specifying options to UPX, they will become part of a hash as well. So we fixed like another issue. Obviously quiet or not is not important, but maybe best is but I guess I'm going to use best with the caching in place. Okay, now if I come here, self info uncached DLL detected UPX compression uncached file detected. If use cache, then we have some sort of progress, don't we? Update from values is what this should be. Was also Visual Studio was also highlighting it. Let's go with island in parallel. So we provide the user with some feedback that something is going on. Actually, the whole DLL copying deserves a progress bar of its own. Now, I mean, it used to be relatively quickly, but with UPX compression, it can become slow, and it's interesting to know how many. So, look here, I'm using the commercial version, and it's high. Yes. It's also something I added recently. It now says which Visual Studio version is being used, because having the compiler version makes more sense than having the full path. What else? Oh, okay. So maybe it does the correct thing. Actually, I could interrupt it right now, I guess. Actually, I wonder if copy file tries to be resilient against Control-C interruption and would delete it, what it did. So, and now, unfortunately, we're not really handling errors from UPX. That's for a later date. I guess this plugin is not generally applicable, like GE plugin doesn't do it anymore, I think. So is relevant is actually, but I made it so it's work. Yeah. This is also, yeah. I actually also want to allow to compress created extension modules and whatnot. Will that work? I don't know. Let's find out. Okay, so it didn't talk about uncached this time. So I guess, what happens if I don't have UPX anymore? It should not work because it needs to cache a UPX binary. Okay, so GE repository. No, I can't disable it for just one file, which is what I would like to do. So it's a bit annoying actually. Maybe for standard plugins I will do it though. Add to workspace settings. And now I don't think, yeah, I did. These are sorted or what? Okay. Not found, and then it doesn't get used and doesn't. So, okay. And now we said, let's also use UPX on the final binary. Execute post processing is what I remember. Okay, this is called a lot actually. Ah, yeah, so UPX is not what I want to do in PGO modes. Interesting. When I will finally run the standalone, I don't think I will have like a mode where you... No, I won't. So actually, what is this? It's now, and then it copies the used URLs and stuff. So actually here would be the best spot to compress the main binary. Compressing it is not a good idea for anything else. So if it's standalone mode, then we're still going to complete it. Yeah. So is this... Oh, we don't know if we're module mode here or not. So actually, this guy here, we are always not working on the main. Yeah, actually I think that's not correct. I think it should not be in here, it should be on the outside. And on final result. So this is the final file name. One mode. That's actually maybe where we should go with the UPX plugin. The UPX plugin should not compress contents of one file, is what we said. Yeah, it should not. It should not do that. So this one is the final result. Whatever the final result is, we have to check modes. Is any plugin actually doing that? For traceback encryption is the only one, and it wants yeah, and it will make the key generation. Okay, it will save the key along, create a binary for reference. So actually we can do it like this and have it in the UPX plugin as well. So in the UPX plugin we have on copied DLL, and now we have on final result. Obviously we will only consider it when we have a binary. This is also repeating, I don't know. And we're not going to cache that. It will just make the cache big with things that are very unlikely to repeat. Okay, now this should do stuff. Yeah, and I think I will try make a video out of a UPX compression maybe and upload that. I don't know. Oh, is the final result. I hope it's not the CMD file. I did not witness it running. Self-compress file. Yeah, I think I should say something about this. Now it's self-info UPX compressing %s. Because we don't know if it happened, but the user probably likes to know that it happened. Now, so if is one file pass is one file mode. I forgot. Is one file mode. One file is a word, and that's a funny interaction with git length. I'm used to it already. From Nuitka options import is one file mode. So if it's one file mode, we just silently skip the DLL handling. And did it? Yeah, it's just quick. UPX. Yeah, I think makes no sense to mention UPX twice there. So the plugin name gets prefixed, and so we can just say compressing, and then we can say compression uncached file. Compression may take a while, but will be cached for all. And actually, no, it's alternative. Compressing I like my quotes. People should also be able to disable the cache, maybe. UPX disable cache, UPX cache store true, UPX no cache, the default is false, do not cache UPX compression results. By default, DLLs are cached exe files not. And then we need to accept UPX no cache. Self UPX cache, no cache equals UPX no cache. And we need to make use of it. And we go, well, we call it use cache gleich not no cache. Okay. I don't like the repetition here. Else serve one no UPX. Okay, slightly better. Could also do it in here, but I don't like that. Okay, now it says it's UPX as let's first look at the looks of it. And then let's make a module. And test that mode as well. Compressing. So sexy. Oh, that's good. Now, if we go to standalone and UPX disable, then we get what we want, hopefully, that it will tell us about these and not use the cache at all. And then we go to one file. It should then not tell us about the DLLs at all. And then I basically have to do the installed Python stuff, which I might do in the evening. And then I think for file size it will be much better. The thing that I guess this one here should not happen. I don't know. And I think multiprocessing is also always on now, but I don't see why it actually firing for many cases. It's relatively harmless to have it on, but I actually try to not have it on. So I guess I will do that afterwards. So now it tells me it's compressing the things. So that's great. And it's compressing the final standalone executable. As you can see, it's now in the dist folder, as are the DLLs. Yeah, it's okay mentioning the full file name. I think I have made was path base name a thing here when it's uncompressed. Yeah, the thing is, not that file that is there is the uncached one, but this one is actually being, yeah, it's okay. Okay, now Let me add one file. And there we go. Let's see if it's actually any help. So actually, I mean, streaming without viewers is of course not as exhausting. I mean, making 2 streams on one day with 3 hours, I guess that's also showing a lack of respect for the streamers' jobs. But I'm just doing what I always do. Wait, is this still valid? Yeah, I wanted to keep that word. So as you can see, I'm not caring about granularity of the commits here. I'm actually... looks all good. Just committing as I go. Even if I mix some things, I will sort it out later when I push it to factory. Reminds me that I'm supposed to make a hotfix release, or want to make one. This update from values. UPX X pip. So, okay, this is the one file compilation. Did it talk a lot, the UPX plugin? No. And it doesn't compress the exe in the one file. The payload compression is now with that standard compression that Nuitka does. There's no reason why we should ask one file content to be compressed when it's later being compressed in the attached file. And this payload is also something that UPX is not going to cover. So we are using the default options where it will leave it intact, and that's very much needed. Oh, couldn't decode attached data. It did compress it. So Nuitka tells us here about. So on one file binary it doesn't work. So let's disable UPX by not finding it and see what's wrong with us here. UPX plugin has a too long line. Okay. Uncached file encountered. Yeah. Let's suppose that the user is clever enough. Uncached file, compressing. May take a while. Okay, now this one will probably be clean. One file compilation takes a moment. But it's not supposed to mess with it as much. I thought. Okay. thought it was the default to preserve. I mean, we can express that. Overlay equals copy. Copy any data attached to a file. And that should be what I want. And that's not what's happening. Was one file somehow broken? Which I don't think it could be. Why don't you use string format? Are you still there? Sorry, I didn't see you. Yeah, it's for compatibility across the version. I would really like to use f-strings, and actually there is a backport of f-strings that Nuitka supports, but I also don't like increasing the dependency. There's I think there is there's some clever guys who did that. What's called strings? Let me just check if you are still there. How does that work? No, not good at seeing. Yeah, you're still there. So there is this f-string backport. So actually there would be a solution. F-string is something I think Nuitka even supports it. F-strings installed. Install future f-strings. Future f-strings. So this is actually a codec that you can install. There's a future strings package on PyPI, and then you are required to be UTF-8, which wouldn't be a problem, and you can use f-strings on Python too, and all and everything. Yeah, of course. Wait, what is this? I don't know. Not supporting anything before that. What is it? I forget why this is limited, but this actually I could actually use that, but then I would have a dependency on that kind of package. So yeah, I'm not using it, but to be honest with you, that this is not, for me, it's not the end of the world. It's not the majority of the code is like this. But yeah, it's exactly, but I support 2.6, so yeah, it's for these reasons. But technically, the future f-strings package, let me search for future f-strings. Future, I think I have an example. No, I don't. And actually I will, and if I have a viewer, I can show it myself. Yeah, so okay, so the UPX binary is not installed, and asserts exe is now one file binary, which makes it a brief moment to launch. And now I meant to see asserts exe. is it telling me it didn't achieve anything, right? Which is what is expected to happen. And then I'm getting, somehow it's not. And will it be able to undo the damage? No. Not sure why it's not keeping the promise. So the way one file works is pick compressor. So after we pick a compressor, this guy basically gets a file handle and then writes with it. And where's pick compressor? Again here, compressor. So yeah, it just wraps the output file, and the output file is appending to the binary. And yeah, it should not have happened. Not sure why. Maybe I have to, but it wasn't like it's not tried, because a very small reduction means that it probably kept it. Maybe the signing code breaks from it. There's a main control C, main program. We have, so it used to be that I just look at the end of a file, something like payload. Is it not? Not main program, one file bootstrap. Let's see. Okay, payload, read payload chunk, I think we're hitting one of these. Read payload chunk, no. I think it's at the end. Close handle, wait. Read payload file name. Create a directory. Yeah. And there's something, I think there's some helper library here that tries to detect something with signatures. Signature. Are you in the Discord channel? Maybe. Let me check if the YouTube chat. No, you didn't say anything. Okay. I would. Yeah. Okay. I would have to debug that, but maybe another time. There is some code here which for Windows it does it in a specific way. For Windows it does it in a specific way.